Hello, people. So I'm Fabio Sanna, and this is my very first live stream here on YouTube. And tonight I'm gonna do something special. I had a dream last night, so I'd like to expose this dream into one of my paintings, and I'd like you to join me into the process. I've done some of these paintings already in my past paintings, digital paintings, and also on canvas. And I think painting your dreams is something very unique to do, and it's like throwing, getting them out of your mind and getting um, getting them into the real life. So I love to do this, and today I don't want to talk too much, also because this is my very first live stream. So and I need to get used to it. But anyway, let's get started, and I will probably shut up the camera. What you're looking at is my Clip Studio Paint software already. I've already prepared the canvas to work on, and I'm gonna shut up the camera so you don't need to see at my face, and I'll be starting on, let's see, just one moment. There we go. So let's start on this painting. So this is a dream I had last night. It was a crazy dream, actually, and I was into. Well, I think I was on a coast on the north, one of the north coast of England. I don't know why. I'm from Italy, so it looked pretty odd. And for some reason, I thought it was a nightmare at first, but then it turned into a very psychedelic conceptual dream. Okay, let's just start with some colors here, and zoom out the canvas. Okay, I'm starting with a G pen just to have a nice flat color on top of everything. I'm probably using one layer only at first, then we'll see what happens next. Maybe I'll switch to more layers, but for now I will just use one. Let's just fill this with this color. So what I have seen in my dream was the northern sea, and it was on the shore, so I think I'm gonna do the horizon a little bit higher. Okay, so these are gonna be my base colors for the coast. This is gonna be a speed painting actually, so I don't wanna spend too much time on it. I just wanna throw this dream out. I love to draw them, but I also want to draw them quickly, like a speed paint, So I'll throw some rocks here, like if this would be a coast. The edge. So I remember I jumped on this edge. There was a very, very low edge. And the ocean was just in front of me. Okay. Let's just group a couple of rocks here. And yeah, I'll probably build another layer on top. And I'm gonna do just a quick sketch of myself standing on top of these rocks. I think I'm gonna use the pencil for this, and I'm gonna do multiply just so I can see what I'm doing. So I think I'm gonna do just a gesture idea of myself from the back, so just to get an idea of my position, so just to get a composition done. I think I'm gonna move myself a little bit more on this side, so just to get things started, right? Oh, thank you so much. I can see the comment. KLXart, thank you so much for turning up here. And yeah, I just actually started this channel. I've been on Twitch for a while doing some live streams, and I had in mind to build this art channel myself for like 2 or 3 years. I needed to do this, and I think the whole thing about this this weird situation, I don't want and I cannot say too many words, I know, because things can be, you know, I could be banned or shadow banned for what I say, so I'm not saying anything. But I think the whole situation, the crazy situation we're living on, all of us now, is has another side of the story, and that side of the story is to get ourselves connected in some other way. And I believe that myself as an artist, I'm pretty shy, and I don't like to speak so much in front of a camera or in front of a microphone. But I found out that this situation gave me this opportunity, because I really need to get some people involved. And I miss people so much. So well, I have friends, but we just moved into a new city a couple of years ago, so I had this need to get some people. I have 2 kids and a wonderful partner, and still we live in the countryside, so you know what I mean. So just a quick idea of where I want to stand. I don't know if this will be the pose. Probably I will change the pose a bit. Oh well, to set up the thing, I use OBS. I was using OBS back on Twitch, so I got used to that. And yeah, I think there are lots of videos and how-tos, and you can learn pretty fast how to set up the camera. I have a very cheap webcam. I'm not using it now. I will turn it on in just a moment so you can see me. Hello. So this is very cheap. You know, it's like, I think it's 1080 progressive HD, but it's you see the colors are not very good. So you can just I love to push the monitor, the screen of myself up in the corner, so people don't get bored too much with my face, with my ugly face, and they can check out what I'm doing. And in this case, I'm gonna just turn it off because I don't want to people just look at me. I want to focus on what I'm doing. So sorry for that. But, and the light now in Italy it's nighttime, so I need to shut this off because it's horrible. I don't want this to be shown, to be seen. So, but anyhow, there are other softwares probably you can use, but OBS is the most common, and so I suggest that as a start. So this is gonna be myself in this dream, and I don't know, maybe I'll just scale myself up a bit, just a bit. This is just in a composition mode still. I don't want this to be too much precise, or I don't have any reference other than a picture of the sea on my second monitor. I'm gonna save this before I lose everything. Sometimes I have problems on this software, but it's not for the software, it's because of my computer. So let's see. Let me think. This is a pretty plain and simple image, but still it can be hard to get a nice idea of the sea, and I want the horizon to be just perfectly standing in a nice composition. To get the feeling that I got in the dream. And in the dream, the craziest thing happened. I've seen, I was jumping into these rocks, and then I've seen this huge fin of a shark crossing in front of me, just going from right to left, and I remember I got so scared, and I thought, oh my god, I cannot go inside. And then the water started to raise, and then I got scared, and I thought, oh my god, I'm really full, the F world, and then then I started to go to run behind me, and there was some boat, and when I reached the boat, the water was already reaching my hip levels, so I was pretty scared. And when I got into the boat, I woke up. So it was not a nightmare, but sort of very, very intense, and you know, it seemed so real. Okay, so I think this is the height of the horizon, how I want it to be. And then we will see how I can work on the picture. Let's see, so I have this picture of me as a reference. We'll just turn off a bit the opacity. I will make another layer on top, a normal layer. And for now, I'm just gonna draw my silhouette. So just to get an idea of myself here. Let me turn off this a little bit, just a bit, so I can see what I'm doing here. So I'm just focusing on the edges just to get a realistic shape of silhouette on myself. I'd like to get into a realistic position. As much as I can. Though this is gonna be a painting. Okay. Let's cut this shoulder a little bit. Let me get the hard eraser. Okay. And now the head. Oh, my brush is very big, so let me. Okay, so let's cut this a little bit and go back to the inking. I mean the G pen. So just shaping a bit my silhouette. Okay. Let's bring this up again. And now let's get rid of the reference. I'll probably get rid of this as well. And I'm gonna work on the background first. So let's take the rock and try to get a nice edge, a little sharper edge first. And create a nice edge that Seems pretty real. Okay, that's it. So now let's change to a brush. I have this nice brush that I found on my a library, on the free library of Clip Studio. I'm gonna start with probably a dark tones. Let's see how this works. Okay, hold it a little bit bigger. I'm gonna just select and hidden the rocks. And just sketch some different shapes here, some dark values. Just a bit, just chunks of dark values here and there. I don't want to spend too much energy on details now. Probably I'm not just doing any details on this, just working with what I remember from my dream and trying to get the emotions out. So let's get some brighter values here, just a few. On the edge, maybe too bright. Okay, just playing with the tones with three different values, and then going back and forth, getting some details, but not too much. So I can play with it later. I like to draw freely in this way, so later I can just mix and invent throughout these lines that I'm just sketching up. This is a good way for me to get new textures. Some of these won't work, but some will. Okay, let's stop it there, and let's get some brighter tones up here. Remember, there was this gray sea, so there was not so much light. And this is gonna be a speed paint anyway, so I'm not gonna focus too much into details, as I said. Okay, so now let's select the water and let's focus on adding some with the spray. Let's zoom out. Gonna pick this stone, take a darker value, put it more into the gray tone and green area. And what I'll do, I will make the brush bigger, just slowly darken the lower edge of it, just to get this dark tone down here, closer to the edge of the rocks. So I hope you can see it. I can see it. I think you can see it too. A little darker. Okay. So I'm doing actually a gradient, but I'm doing it by hand. I don't like to use too much of the gradient. I sometimes I use gradient, but I try to do them myself because it gets more organic in the end, and I prefer to, especially because this is the sea, it's not the sky. It will be all different here and there. Oop, too much there. Okay, I think this is enough for now. A little bit more here. Okay, so let's work on, let's do this. Let's cut and paste on top, so we don't have we can overlap, so we can work on different levels. I will also do the same on the sky for now. And let's work on the sky. Let's name this sky, water, sea, sea, and this is gonna be rocks. Okay. So now let's work on the sky. I don't like to see the selection border, so I will hit in this. Oop, I think okay. I can actually use this selection that locks the transparent pixels out. So now I'm gonna work on the sky, and if I go down here, I won't be painting. You see, though the layer is on top, I won't be painting out of the pixels that we see. This is a nice feature. I love this feature, and I think there are other softwares using the same feature. I'm sure of it. I know, for example, Photoshop is using it. So let's get the spray, and I want to get a darker tone on top, not too much. Just a bit. Let me save the file first. I don't want to miss anything. I hope you're having a good time. Now it's nighttime here in Italy. My kids are sleeping, and I can finally get my very first live streaming going on. So I hope you're enjoying it. I don't know if is it doing anything. I don't see anything happening. Let's try this. Yeah, so this works. Okay, now it's working. Let me get the hardness of the brush. And now I'll add some darker values on top, because when you paint the sky, remember that the top of the sky is usually darker. Depends where the sun is standing, time of the day. But yeah, usually this is how. So there you go. We have a gradient. We could have done use the filler as gradient filler, but I really prefer, especially because this is a dream, an image from a dream. I want to make this so much dynamic than possible, also because the picture is pretty simple, and so I need some cool effect here and there. I think I'm gonna do one more pass. Okay, so let's move on, and I'm gonna start doing the sea. On the sea I want to do some brushes. So what I'll do another layer. I'll clip to the layer below, so it's gonna work on the sea level. That's it. That's not actually it's a play of words. So this is gonna just apply on the sea. Can you see? So now I can work here and just work on these tones. So what I want to go dark gray and green, like so. A little bit softer than this, actually, lighter, even lighter. So I'm picking these colors. I think this color is great. Yeah. So now I'm just gonna do some quick horizontal lines to get the feeling of the sea. A few, just a few to get some idea of this dark sea in front of me. Gonna smooth the edges a little bit because it's very hard on the edges. Lower the amount of paint and the density of paint, so we can do same color on the background going on the horizon. lower the brush size. Okay. It's gonna be a sea that is moving actually. Just a bit, not too much, not a stormy sea. It was pretty calm, but still there were some waves going in it, especially in front. So later I will try to adjust that. Let's lower the density, the amount of paint, and the brush size again as I go up. Usually we use texture brush for doing this, but I love to do textures myself just by using the brush. I did that for such a long while with my brush on my canvases. During my years of Academy of Fine Arts, I was just painting on canvas with my brushes. So I'm used to do all the hard work, and you discover new ways of doing things in doing so, and also it's a sort of meditation, and painting is a sort of meditation. It's a dynamic meditation to me, and I think for many artists is a natural way to meditate, just drawing, painting. Okay, let's lower again the width of the brush. Go with little strokes just up here, just adding a few strokes here. Okay. So with the magic of the power of the technology of the digital way, I can use different layers on top here and just make everything blurred a bit, and this is what I'm doing now. So I'm gonna blur with a Gaussian blur, just having a little bit of blur all over, like so. Okay, perfect. And now I can lower this and onto the sea. Now I can work a little bit on the edges. I can do another layer on top, but let me just save for the sake of not losing the file. Okay. And I think I'm gonna draw the horizon I want to paint the horizon, and I just wanted to get a nice blended horizon, so we start getting that idea of the sea and the sky combined together. So the point where they meet. So I think I'm gonna do, yeah, gonna take this layer on top, and I'm just gonna take this, color darken it a bit, just a bit, and just draw here. I could just zoom in a bit. And I'm just basically doing straight lines. I'm gonna lower the hardness of the brush again. Just to get a little blurred horizon on the bottom. And then I'm gonna do the same with the sky, with the color of the sky. On top, on the edge, but I will work on the sky. Now I'm working on the lower edge, just to get some different texture here. So it's not just the same. Do some passes from left to right. Okay. Now let's work on the other side. And now I'm gonna blur a bit down here on this edge. Let me zoom out just a bit. So this edge blurs a bit. I know I can do it with one stripe, but as I told you, I want this to appear like a dreamy image. And yeah, now we're gonna be having fun with some nice strokes on top of the sea. So this is gonna be called horizon. And I'm gonna paint on top of the sea again. This time I'm gonna switch to I think I'm gonna switch to overlay as a blending mode for this level, for this layer, and I'll clip it to the sea. And let's play with this. This is fun because this is gonna add some noise and some nice lines, and I can play with whites, with bright tones and mid tones, so I can switch colors. But at the moment I just want to play with bright tones and dark values, dark tones. So as you can see, if we zoom out, this is already taking shape. It's you have to be patient when you paint. Sometimes you think you're losing time, but you're not actually. You're just developing your skills. Each stroke has a meaning, and the meaning is to get the picture done, to get an image that you have in mind. And in this case, this picture is coming from my dreams, so it's even more important to me because I could see it, but nobody could, and I think this is pretty good. I know I had some crazy dreams during my past years, and I could get them out just by painting them. And for me, this is very powerful. So for me, painting and expressing with drawings, with pictures, with making these images almost real, they can come out of the world and speak to the people, speak in the terms of expressing themselves. And I love this idea. Okay, let's work on the right side now. I think everybody should draw their dreams. This is an idea I had when I had some very vivid dreams back in high school when I was studying art. I was having these crazy dreams, and when I was dreaming and putting them on paper, I thought, this is magic. I can just put them on paper and people can see them, and now they can become real in some way. And I thought people should learn how to draw just for this reason. And it's true. For me, it's still true, this thing. And you don't have to be Picasso or let's say Leonardo. But Picasso was a great painter in any way. He could do realistic things and anything, but you could be just a kid drawing straight lines, and you don't have to be a great painter to express your dreams. But think about this: you can draw your dreams when you have them, and people can see them and understand them in a way that you cannot explain in words. So that's the most important thing to me, because some images you cannot really explain why and how it works. Well, this dream was pretty simple, actually, but some dreams are very unique. So let me take this up, lower the opacity, the amount of paint, and work on these little bright spots. I love how there is one person looking at what I'm doing now, but he's not talking, or she's not talking. So feel free to speak and leave a comment in the chat box, and I will be happy to to talk through this with you. So don't be shy. I am shy as well. So, but we need to express. So if you have any questions, just feel free to express. And let's get bigger with this brush. This is a nice thing that I couldn't do with my set of brushes back in my traditional environment. I cannot just switch brushes all the time and taking them big and or just getting another color on them. This is a unique feature of the digital world. So that's why I really enjoy working in digital, and I'm working every day on my Cintiq. I have a Wacom Cintiq. I'm not sponsored by Wacom. Darn, I wish I would, but I'm not. So I work with it. So I'm so happy about it. Also because I'm pretty allergic to some solvents like turpentine and acrylics. It's for me it's crazy on my skin. It gets all red, and so I had to get away from that for a while. And also gloves, for me they are dangerous. I have a very delicate skin. But hey, we find our ways to work it out, and I found mine. So here I am working on a digital canvas, on a digital display. So spend some time here, some time in these waves. Okay, I think I'm gonna work on this horizon again, and I'm gonna do the edge of this rock just to make it. Oh, what happened here? So I just want to get, let's see. Yeah, I can work on this. Let's get a nice edge. Just the edge. We'll work on the details later. For now, I just want to get a simple edge on this rock. So if you work on illustrations or whatsoever, feel free to subscribe to this channel. I'm not bragging for you to subscribe, actually. So subscribe only if you want to learn some tricks, because I'm gonna do some tutorials. I'm gonna show some tricks, some tips that I've found doing my studies. And I've studied the Academy of Fine Arts. I've been studying art since art school in high school, so I know lots of stuff. So and I want to exchange ideas. So if you want to get some ideas, exchange some ideas, I'm a very open guy, so you can write to me, and I will be surely writing back to you. Well, especially now that I just have started with this YouTube thing, and I don't have like 1,000 people asking me questions. So maybe I'll be doing that in a while, but if that happens, I will tell you, hey, I will need to answer some questions, not all of them, but so far so good. I'm just a beginner, let's say, here on YouTube. So if you have any questions, just feel free and comfortable to ask me. And by the way, I teach online drawing lessons. So, and I do them in English. Basically, I have 3 students at the moment. I just started a few months ago, doing this weird thing that happened to all of us, and I needed to find a way to continue my stuff, and this seemed like the best way to stay in contact with people and keep my teachings going. Sorry for my English. I'm Italian, so sometimes I do mistakes. Oh, probably I should say I make mistakes. So we have the base of our painting done, and now I will probably start working on the character. So let's get back to my character here. So let's see. Probably I move it just a bit here. Okay. I want to see this side. I know it's still very rough, but don't worry, we'll make it work. So let's switch back to the pencil, get this character to a lower opacity. Okay, zoom in, and now let's get another layer on top, and let's call it sketch character. That was a composition sketch, actually. The first I did, it was just to see where I was positioned. Now I want to work on the sketch of the body, so let's work on it. Let's work on a dark value. Let's switch to a brown value. See how it works. Okay, like this. Okay. So this is gonna be the skull, right? And here the jaw. Okay, I mean, we're looking at him, at me and myself behind. So here's gonna be shoulders, and gonna have the chest here. Just basic anatomy. I'm not going too much into it. Hips and legs. 1, 2. want to get a dynamic, not too dynamic, but it's not gonna be comic, but I wanted to have a sort of feeling of wind, probably. I'd like to have some wind, probably coming from this position, from this side. And so let's get me some wind going on here, down on my legs, on my trousers, and okay, and now this is gonna be the arms. So I'm just gonna end here, and I don't know about these hands. I think I'm gonna move some fingers here. Not sure yet how. Just a bit of tension. But still, I don't wanna move it too much. It's like it's just a moment of looking at the sea, the sky, and there's gonna be this big fin in the ocean. So I think I'm just gonna sketch it as well. So sketch character, but I can either sketch both of them. Let's see. I think I'm gonna place it here. Oof. Now I remember the dream. Yeah, it was big. It was big, it was moving fast. And I was scared as shit. So let's see. So the shoes, when you do shoes from behind, it's pretty difficult for me. For me, it's always so difficult because you need to get that right angle. So I usually construct them as much as possible, and still they don't appear like they are realistic. I'm sorry. I have some something to work on for sure still on my skill set. I think I'm gonna let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna put the shoe a little bit towards this way. Just for the sake of it, I want to flip the image and see how it looks. Okay. So the jacket or the I surely had a jacket on myself because this was the Northern Sea, so it was north of England, I'm sure. so this is gonna be the skull, and just sketching a bit the hair movement with the with some air coming, some wind coming from left or right, actually, because this is flipped, but in this case is from the left. That's it. That's basically the shape of the guy. Now I can get rid of this. Okay, I can probably just delete this layer, delete the painting that I did before as a sketch, and just keep the layer as a paint character. Yeah. And let me save the file. Okay. Well, I will raise up this hand just a bit. Just getting this sketch done better here. Okay. Okay, we can flip the canvas again because I want to get the feeling that I had during the dream. Okay, and now let's start painting the character first. Oh, let's put some jeans on. I know could be the same color, so probably should do jeans more into the blue than blue violet, instead of making them towards the gray tones. So let me just put down. No, I have to paint it here. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now let's just get the edges done very roughly. Then I can paint better later, but I just want to get most of things done first. And I don't know why I'm intrigued about having like a cream white. I think this would be fine because I don't want to get too saturation on my character. Just a white, creamy, yellowish long sleeve shirt on myself. Just gonna paint the whole thing, and then I will see the details, how I can work on them. So if you're watching this, remember that I will be streaming again for sure. This is only my very first streaming here on YouTube, and I want to get more streaming of my paintings done, because I just think it's so cool to be live with people. I love looking at my premiere videos, but actually this is so much cooler if there are people involved and I can talk to people. Of course, I cannot focus as much as if I would be alone, just working with some music, but it's not the same, you know. So I would prefer. This is too dark. Let me just get a medium value here. Okay, just the shape. I don't want to get too many details again. Just the idea of the wind. And the shape of the head. Okay. Let's put some pink. Let's say pink to my hands. These are just flat colors, base colors so I can paint these parts later with more details. And I will for sure. This was the autosave from Clip Studio. Yesterday I just lost like 1 hour of work. I was working on an animation for a client, and oh my gosh, I was so pissed. It happens, you know. That's the problem with the digital. You don't know if everything will go. But yeah, you can have problems within the traditional environment as well. Like the paper would like break because you push too much on it, and then you have to throw everything, or you just put the wrong color. So actually traditional is pretty more difficult, you know. Okay, and then I would just put the same color down here for the shoes for now. Okay, I think we can get rid of the sketch. Well, we can keep it for now, actually, because I want to sketch also to paint the fin of the shark. And there we go. Just a flat fin, like so. Now we can get rid of the sketch. Okay. So let's check the whole thing from afar. I think this jacket is too low. Okay. Okay, that's great. Well, great. it's enough to get things started with the values on the characters. Okay. It's pretty weird to look at this as I remember the dream so vivid. Let me save this, and in the meanwhile I'll make a little break, and I'll be back very soon. So just give me 3 minutes and I'll be right back. Well, that was probably less than 3 minutes, but I need one moment to take my long sleeve sweater shirt off because it's pretty hot here. It's winter time, I know, but it's getting warmer every day, and we have the heater on, and doing my drawings I usually heat up a lot. So let's keep going on. Okay, now that I've taken a small break, I can see there are some things I need to adjust. Like this shoulder needs to be a little bit bigger. Okay, some adjustment on here. So what I'll do now is I will duplicate this layer, like so. I will call this bottom layer flat colors, and I will lock it up so I don't mess it up. Sometimes I really mess things up. And for now, this will be enough, and I will use the brush. Going back to my paint character copy. I still have the character, right? Yeah, so I will put this just on a very low opacity, so I can see the edges, especially of my arms, and I will try to paint some dark values on top. So let's make another layer, put it in multiply first, and clip to the layer below. Okay, and now I can just paint on top without going, I cannot paint here out of the edges. I can paint just inside here. So now I'm gonna just paint some volumes let's paint some dark shades here. And on the hands, this is just sketched now, but I want to show you how sometimes you can just sketch the silhouette if it's a simple form like this. Well, I actually sketched the body before, but once you have the silhouette like so, or like a very simple silhouette, you can just sketch not going too much into details, and then adjusting the edges as you go. Well, you can do it, or you can just draw the whole picture and spend a lot of time, but this is gonna be a speed paint, so I'm not gonna do the whole process that sometimes I do, just because I want this to be done before I go to bed. Or yeah, I could finish this tomorrow, but I would prefer to finish this today. Okay. So dark values first, right? My teacher was always, all my teachers were always saying dark values first. Then even darker values second, and then bright colors in the end. And then you can add the light spots, the real fine details in the end. But first thing, dark values. That's also when you work in traditional. You know, it's gonna be easy because we can block the whole shadow in the shapes. This is not the casted shadows. The casted shadow is the own shadow. So this is gonna be coming first. Okay. Let's do a darker value on top. So let's go a little bit darker. Gonna just put some wrinkles, some texture on this jacket. So it doesn't look the same the whole way. Oop. So now I'm getting really dark. Right? And here as well. The reason I'm working with a small brush is to get some textures into the objects, and depending on the objects I'm trying to get the right texture, the right lines that will let me invent uh, the folding, for example, of the jacket, or the texture on the fin, or the texture on the trousers. But right now I want to block away, to block out all the dark values on the shapes. Okay, I will refine all of this, also the edges. It's just to get the feeling of it at the moment. Okay, and one more here behind the ear, just to get that sensation. Okay, now I can put this down and merge with the layer below that it's going to be called painted characters, because the second character is the shark. And I will save file. Okay. Hey, yeah. Hello, my friend. How are you? Oh, I need to show my face then. My one of my biggest friend, great champion, Baloo Major, just came into my live stream, and I'm so happy. Let me show my face. I still have a face. Hey, my friend. How are you? I hope you're doing good. So I will keep the video a little bit on. This one was meant to be a streaming with just the painting, but yeah, for a while I will be speaking with the webcam on. It's a little bit unfocused probably, but it's okay. How are you, my friend? Oh, birthday party? Oh my gosh, your birthday. Oh, happy birthday, my friend. We need to win another European Championship just for next birthday, for next of your birthday. This guy is a phenomenal freestyler, and you know, we won a European Championship together, and it was one of the most badass winning tournament that I did in my career. So that was another dream. This is a dream. This painting is a dream. That was a living dream. So let's go back to this, and let's build another layer on top of it, and I'm gonna do another multiply layer. I just want to get more darkness here. Yes, more 6 years. Yeah, let's hope. I don't know if we will be able to do it so close. This crazy moment. I don't know how much longer it will be happening. But Rome was epic, man. It was epic. In that place, we won a freestyle frisbee tournament, the European freestyle frisbee championship, back in 2014 in the so-called Arena dei Marmi in Italian, and it's the arena of the um, marmoric stone. I don't know the exact word in English, but you have all these statues surrounding you, and of these athletes, and some of them are throwing the weight, some other throwing a frisbee, actually a disc, and we were standing there, and we won that day, man, and that was so nice. When I sometimes I it happens that I see those photos, and I always think, oh my gosh, that was epic when we won that. That was epic. I won several tournaments, but that was epic, man. Especially with you. Oh my gosh, I still remember the final round. We went crazy. You went crazy, man. Oh, jeez. How are you? How are you? Are you fine? I know you're drunk because it's your birthday, but are you well? I hope your family is well as well. But my family is great. They are doing great. I hope you are doing great with your family as well. So basically, this was a dream I had last night of this place. I think it was in the northern coast of England, and I remember I jumped on this coast, and there was the ocean, the North Ocean, in front of me, and I've seen this huge fin coming from right to left. It was huge, and there was this very dark sea in front of me, and I freaked out, and I turned back. I started running, and I had some boats. We had some boats. I was with some people. I was with my uncle in the dream, and but then the water came up. It raised to my waist, to my hips, and it was like swimming the last part. And I went up onto the boat. As soon as I climbed into the boat, I woke up, and my daughter was there. She was saying, "Daddy, Daddy." She was jumping on the bed. So I don't know what would have happened, but it was pretty scary. So hey, you don't have to stay here with me and go on and have your party going, huh? I will be streaming more for you and for everybody anyway. Don't worry. Okay, so I'm gonna put this darker value here just for the sake of it. I want to get some darker tones, and then let's merge it with the painted characters. Okay, now what I will do, I will make a new layer on top, and this time I'm gonna do some strokes here. Oop, I need to turn it to multiply, and want to create a shadow down here. I think I'm gonna do it more green, dark green, gray shadow, sort of like so. Just sketchy. Okay, and I'm gonna build some shadows here as well on at the side of the character, because the light is coming from the right. So just quick shadow going on. Not too much, just a sketch of this shadow. Because later on I'm gonna probably sketch more. Actually, I like this this green shadow. I probably working on top of these rocks as well. Oh, hello Richard. Hello Richard. Thank you so much. I try my best. I try my best to improve my skills in my English and in my art. So this is actually, I don't know if you where you came into the live stream, but this is a dream I had last night, and it was this this shore that actually it was more a rocky shore of northern England. So I don't know why I remember I was in with my uncle in England, and we were there just for checking it out, and with some boats, and I went on the rocks, and I remember jumping on the rocks, and I've seen this huge ocean in front of me, and then remember seeing this big fin, this big shark crossing, and I thought, oh my gosh, I'm so close to that, and I should go back. And as soon as I realized that the water level was raising up, so I got so scared. And yeah, of course, as always in dreams, you start running, and you cannot really reach where you're supposed to be. But I reached the boats, and in the end, I was on the boat. Then my daughter woke me up. It was pretty hilarious when I woke up. I thought, oh, you saved me. But actually, I wanted to, to see what happened afterwards. I'm a little. I want to know more. I'm too curious. Even in my dreams, I've always been like that when I was a kid. Good dream, bad dream. I've always wanted to know what happened next. What happened next? So basically, this is my very first live stream here on YouTube, actually. So I'm very happy that you guys came and checked me out. I hope you like my videos. I try to post one video a day, but with kids and so on, it's pretty complicated, and now they are all sleeping, so I can have more time by myself. And I thought, hey, Dan, today it's Saturday, so I should do something special. And So after dinner, I thought, hey, I should just go on with my first live stream on YouTube. I was trying to set it up the other day and it worked. So I thought, hey, I should just do it. And so I did. But actually, Richard, with you, with your classes, with our classes, I'm getting so much more proficient in English, and I feel so much more natural into speaking to the world in English. Because for every one of you who are watching this, I'm Italian, so. But my father was born in Australia, and I got good knowledge of English, so you know. I don't have a reference for the fin, but I remember how it went, how it was as an image on the dream. It was just huge. Okay, so now let's blend this on the layer below. Oop, what happened here? Let me see. So why is this happening? This is multiply, right? Oh, of course, because it's on a different layer. Okay. So let me do this. Catch this. I needed to do this before, but actually I need to do it now. So 1, 2, invert. New layer. And let's fill this up with base color of the sea. Sea flat colors. So I can have just a silhouette of these. Probably you don't know what I'm doing, but I'm trying to get the shapes of the different elements divided. So I'm just creating new flat colors for these layers, for the layer of the sea, for the layer of the rock. I didn't do it before because I can do it later, but I can do it now. So let me get one more layer here. Rocks flat, and now I can fill this. I can put it beneath. Okay. Save it. Okay, I will go back to no camera because I just want to focus on. Sorry guys, I know you like my face. No, you don't, but I need more resources, more hardware resources for all these layers. So okay, so let's see. This is the sea, let's lock these flat colors, and now I can basically take let's do this. Let's just do a whole painting now that I have divided all the different shapes. So I have sky, right? No, I don't have the sky, so I need to do the sky as well. Let me do something like this. And one more layer. Sky, flat. And I will fill this up. Okay, now I have the sky flat, and I can lock it down. Now I can merge everything together. Sky, have the horizon. I have the rocks, and I have the new layer that I did, and this should work now. Yep. So this is a whole painting now. Oh, and I'm talking just about the background. So BG, let's call it BG painted. Oh yeah, they are sleeping now, my friend. Yes, they are sleeping, and usually I work a lot doing when they sleep. So I get more focused and so forth, so on. I think I'm gonna start to, let's see, so this is the flat colors of the guy. This is a copy of it, so I think I can just delete this. And I can just get these two together. Let's see. No, I need to really to get all of them together. So let's move these down here with the horizon in between. Yeah, and then I can boom. Yeah, that's it. So these are the flat colors for flat characters, and I'm gonna lock these up. This is a C flat, this is sky flat. Perfect. Now we have everything. Sorry for that, but I needed to do this before proceeding. Okay. And now I can have fun. Now I have one layer. You see? I have the rocks flat. I will just lock this down and put it here. Actually, I can group these into a group, flats, so they don't bother me anymore. And I have one big painting. on one layer, one sketch on top, but actually I can get rid of these. Okay, now I can start really painting on top. Okay, now I usually use the paintbrush. I have this very nice paintbrush that I got from the Clip Studio Paint free library. This was a free brush you can find. And now I can just play with the tones and start shaping better the frame. And now if I go here, I can go out, of course. So, but if I want to stay in, I just go on my flats of the character and I select that, and I will be staying in it. So I just want to get some edges here of light, just to get an idea what's happening here. Let's zoom in a bit. Let's zoom like this and get some. Let's do it so one more layer on top with a little screen layer. Screen is light, so I can get some bright tones just to get light values, not too much, just a tone on top. Okay. Just a bit. Yeah, I know I can go outside the edges here, but it's okay because I like that glowing effect that it does. And as this is a dream, I want this to be more dreamy as possible. Okay. Okay, just some textures here and there. Not too much, just a few. The devil is in the details. Okay. And on the shoes, just a few spots, because I'm gonna adjust this edge in a little bit. A few hair, just a little bit of hair here, bright spots. Okay, and now let's merge these together. And now I can simply work on the edges. And this is what I want to do now, because this is still so much how do you say cut out and paste it on top. I want it to be a little bit blurred on the edges. It's okay to have some hard edges, but I want to be blurred a bit, and so I can refine all these edges here. Oops, I did it with the blue there. Sorry. So let's take nice bright. Okay. Let's do the thumb here. There was no thumb going on. Now I can start getting some detail, just a few details, getting some idea of these fingers. Okay. Let's do this ear a little bit more realistic. Yeah, let's try to get some. Oh yeah, I think you know, probably if you use Clip Studio, you can rotate the canvas. I don't do it so often because I like to train my hand in all sort of positions, and probably that's for some people, for some artists, that's nonsense. But you know, everyone has their ideas of how to do things, and I like to train my hand so I can get more comfortable when I draw in every direction, not just one. So I think this part is going to be very dark. I'm going to do just a bright ambient light on my left arm here, but not too much, and I see if that works in the end. I think it's working. I don't know about this light here. I think I'm gonna get rid of it. So we're hitting 2 hours of streaming, and thank you for watching, who's watching. And now I'm gonna go here and start adding some lines here in the water, because I remember the water in the dream was white here because it was pulled by the fin of the shark. and so it was here in front of it. It was just a little bit of bubbles going on. Just a few details, just to start to get an idea of the final result. We are far from there, and probably I'm gonna do another video of this. Who knows? I don't know. Okay. The first thing that popped in my eyes, in my view, is the hair. I don't like the hair like so. So I'm gonna just redesign them, and gonna raise up the amount of paint, density, opacity, so forth and so on. And I'm gonna just zoom in a little bit and draw just a few here. Okay. Okay. Just to get a more realistic view of these floating hair here. For now, this will suffice. Okay, let's put some here at this edge. I'll probably let's try to put some bright spots here. I don't know, maybe it's too saturated, maybe less saturated, just so you know, it depends on the sun at that moment, the light that is coming through. But I remember it was such a gray, dark day. It still was daylight, but it was this grayish tone all over the scene. And now for these tones, for these light bright spots, I can turn off a little bit the amount of paint, the opacity. Okay. Let's do a proper hand. 1, 2, 3, and this is gonna be here, and the thumb is gonna be beneath all of this, behind here. It's gonna be dark. Okay, let's put some shade this spot. Okay, saving. So as I go with the details and so forth and so on, it's gonna take more time to save the image. You know, Clip Studio is a very nice and light software. But as every image goes, it grows with the work, with the lines, with the differences into it. The bright and the dark values will create more and more file size. So there's nothing you can do about it. Just buy more RAM and more a better computer, let's say, just to keep it simple. The VGA card helps. A fast hard drive helps, like an SSD. I have an SSD hard drive where I store my files, where I store my software when I want to work, and that helps a lot. Let's say that's really helping. So I think I'm gonna do some stripes here just to get this jacket that I have on myself floating a little bit in the air. Let's see how it works. If it doesn't work, I could no, it works. I like it. I really like the sense of movement that it has. Okay, I think I'll use a darker tones here just to make this part darker. I don't know why sometimes I feel the urge to use a shadow spray. You see the difference? Well, of course you see the difference. And to get darker values, you know, in a way that would be not possible with a brush. That's why when I was a kid, when I was in high school, in art school, I bought how do you call it, an airbrush. Yeah, I had to go here to check it out, check out the word, but yeah, I bought an airbrush. I still have it. It still works after years, but I've used it so little times, so few times, that I'm embarrassed to say how much I spent for it. You know. So yeah, I think it's coming up pretty good. I think I need to lower the values a bit, and then things will start shaping up better, and getting more so. Sometimes I zoom out just to get an idea of the whole composition, but also to get an idea of how well all the values are standing into the picture. So it's very useful just to zoom out, or if you cannot zoom out because you're working on a canvas, you can just take a step, have a break. That's another thing. You should need breaks between. In fact, I'm gonna take a small break, a little bit. Had so much fun today. I didn't thought that my student Richard and my good fella, my good friend Balu from Hungary was coming up and show up, and we could have a nice chat, and that's exactly why I do this, to connect with people. And I know so many people around the world that I would do that just for them, but I'm doing this for you, even if you're looking at this offline. I hope you're leaving a comment. I hope if you leave a comment, I for sure I will reply to it. I will be happy to reply to it. I will be smiling while I will be replying to it. So please do. If you have an idea, a question, or anything, or a critique, I can accept critique. I'm starting to get used to critique. Also bad critics, as I have several clients, and sometimes they don't give shit about it, so they just say it. They just say, hey, why did you do that? Why this was off? Why? And I said, because I'm human. And then I learned that people are so different, and in judging other people, they just express ignoring that you could be just sensitive, fragile, and thinking, hey, why are you saying this to me? But actually they are just not saying it because they are bad people. They say it because we are used to do that way, to do it that way. So so I used to get offended by people, but nowadays I get offended just because people don't pay me. Sometimes they wait for the payment, or sometimes they just think my work is worthless, and so they lower the price so much that I cannot understand why they call me, because they think I'm just doing this for fun. And sometimes I do, like today I'm just doing this for fun, and sometimes I work for friends and I just do things for them and for free. But if you're a client, if you ask me for work, get used to be paying me, because I'm a full-time illustrator. So it's like when something in your house breaks up and you have to call a professionist, and you ask the professional, hey, you can fix it, can you fix it? And he says, yes, I can. And you ask, how much? That's it. And communication, expression, making good pictures takes hours, ages. It takes a lot of time to understand all the process that goes into it. So take schools. So those schools were made because not just because of having fun, but because people need uh, communication in the image level, and the vision is one of the most important way to communicate. And I'm not saying I'm the best. I'm just saying that, and I never say that I aim for being a great illustrator, but I think every kind of illustrator at every level should be paid for their effort, for what they do. Well, this is another thing that I will probably do one one full stream just of chat about this, just of talking about this. I think we should really take care of our professions in all ways, in every way. So, as I'm paying the professionist that makes my website, should pay the people who do my logo, my banner, my you know exactly what I'm talking about. When I was a kid, I could draw for free. When I was 6, of course, when I was 6. But everybody should be paid for their effort, for their studies, for what they've learned, for being a professionist. If we still want a good category standing out, sorry, to be showing some skill. Otherwise, we can just let's blend it into the AI, and the AI will do it for us in 10 or 20 years from now. Sorry, again. Yeah, we need to take care of ourselves, to I don't want to say we need to go back and work as Leonardo da Vinci did, or how they did in the bottega in Italy. They call bottega is the place where people were mixing paint, drawing sketches of architectures, of paintings for the church usually, and just do these works, these very very hard consuming time work for just being there and studying that. That has transformed in something different. We can do it in the digital world so much easier, but still there is so much knowledge involved into doing all these things. So if we lower the category, let's take another example. Let's lower the category of transportation, or let's lower the category that I know, because my partner is doing translation. Two people want to communicate to each other, but the translation is not good. And what happens? They make war because they didn't understand themselves. They didn't understand each other. So we don't want that. We want to get a high level of skill still going on. and the best level of skill, and to evolve that level of skill. Technology should help to evolve that, not to get cheap work as fast as possible. As fast as possible, yes, but it should be done by people who has worked their ass sorry for the word off to get that skill so much higher than just a computer that we don't have yet actually. So people are thinking that they can do anything by just pushing a button. And I know by examples of some of my clients that I wish they didn't ever ask me to do any work. I'm sorry, guys, but some people cannot really find a way to be true to themselves, and they think that some works are just low level works, and that's not true. That's really not true. And I'm not saying because it's me. Well, maybe a little bit, but I don't want my kids or any other kid to spend their life into an artistic environment, and then finding out they work their heart out and not getting anything to work on actually. And art cannot be really, it cannot be manipulated by an AI. It cannot be maybe it will in like 1,000 years, maybe it will, where we will have the real AI. But we are getting only algorithms are just a format of calculation, and we have more in ourselves. We just don't have only our brains. If you believe so, if we believe we are just brains, well, okay, you can take your calculator, your computer, and make art with that, as far as I know. But don't call me to make your art. We are not calculators. We are living beings, living souls, and that's what I mean. We are living souls, and something. I mean, machines cannot dream, okay? And this is actually a dream, and that I had. Maybe you think I'm too much, poetic or something like that. Well, probably, but I like to think so, because I lived many years in hard situations as well. I had a good life and a hard life, and I believe we need our soul as much as our brain. We don't need. We have. I know we have our soul. Well, if you meditate, whoever meditates a little bit in their life, know that I'm speaking not just with logic, but with my heart. And my art is coming from my heart. And I deeply believe in this. And I'm not just trying to sell my stuff out. I don't sell anything these days. So I will in the future, I'm sure, because I'm not producing anything at the moment. but I will. But anyway, let's take a break, a small break. I hope you're enjoying this. I think I need to put some values on this picture. I think I'm gonna put some darker values on the sea, especially on the rocks. And I'm thinking about adding some clouds as well. Okay, let me take one small break. See at the picture. If you have any idea how to proceed on this picture, any clue, please feel free to write anything in the chat. I will be happy to hear your comments, your ideas, and we can figure it out maybe together. Let me zoom in a bit, like so. Well, we could do, I think, something like this and this, and maybe, yeah, like so. So think about it, and if you have any idea, drop a comment in the chat. I would be happy to read it and get your idea done. Oh, let me see. See you in like 3 minutes or 5 minutes at maximum. And here we are again. Thank you for watching. Check my Instagram if you haven't done it yet. I try to post artworks from recent days and from the past. But recently I try to post the last works that I'm doing. Okay. So I think I'm gonna zoom out a bit. Mhm. And let's try some. Let's go on the flat colors. Let's get the C. Okay. And let's get this color. This flat character out. So it will just work on the C. Let's get rid of the selection border. I want to hit that. And now let's work on some new values on top. So one more layer, and let's do it multiply. Okay. Let me check the reference that I've got here. Hitting the 2 hours and 30 minutes of live streaming. Pretty cool. So just so you can see, this is the reference that I'm getting. So it's a base, really basic C. So now I will try to get some of these textures into my painting, and let's do it. But first of all, I want to darken it a bit, just a bit, all over. So let's take the spray with a shadow, make it bigger, and let's see if it works. Yes, it works. Okay. I want to get a nice effect of bright edges contrasted by, so the white edges of the rocks would be contrasted by the sea, right? So something like this. So now I will just put these together. Great. And I will do the same to the rocks. I want to do the rock flats. I will select it like so, hidden the selection border, and again let's work on another layer, multiply, and yeah, some airbrush here. I want to get that dark tone here behind myself. Great, that's enough. And now we can merge the two of them, and now I can work back on painting. Let's zoom a bit. Let's not do it too much. still want to stand. I want to work a little bit with these rocks. I know the light is coming from the right. Let me just save the picture once. I'm recording the whole thing in time lapse with Clip Studio Paint. That's a great thing, a new feature that Clip Studio Paint has, and I will post it later without the whole blah 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 of myself here. So you'll be happy to know that. So if you wanna just turn out now, no, I'm kidding. Just stay here for the sake of listening to my chit chat. But if you wanna see the time lapse video, you will probably see it in a couple of days. Tomorrow, I don't know, because I need to finish work tomorrow. And I want to be sure that I do it well, because okay, now I'm focusing on some bright spots on this side. I don't want to make it too much cartoony. I'd like to make it more realistic. So I need to do some tricks here to get some textures on the rocks. It would be a lot of work just to do all the textures, but if we just work on the edges, the eyes will be attracted by it. That's why I say always work on the details. The saying the devil is in the details in English is correct. And, I don't know, it should be the beauty is in the details, because you work on those spots that the eyes want to see in order to understand the whole picture in a way that the brain can elaborate. So you don't have to do the whole scenario pictured by small details. Sometimes you need just a few details and the picture will appear like, wow, that's done. So I'm happy someone is still watching. Thank you for watching. If you have anything to say, please do. I'm happy to answer any of your questions. So these dark values here, done in gray. Gonna just shape them a bit more here and there. And now I'd like to really to have a nice idea of, well, it will auto save the thing, but I want to get a feeling of waves now. So now let's work on these waves. I'm using the green. You see, I'm using a green tone, a gray green tone, very dark, and I should probably use a bigger brush here on front. Not too much on the back. Get this brush smaller here, not too small. Something in between. Oof. 30. Yeah. Also the hardness of the edges of the brush, I will lower them down a bit. So now again I'm working just on the dark spots of the waves. Just getting a few strokes here and there. So this is a work of patience and constancy, and trying to get some flow going on throughout the textures. It's not easy actually. This thing, it can be boring, but this is the key for a nice piece. Because if you can get the idea of the whole picture doing these textures, these strokes, then whole picture will reflect your effort. And this is an effort. I promise. I'm sure that you can understand this, because going throughout the picture, getting your brush size lower as you go, like doing a C can be for some of you could be very boring, but actually if you get used to it, if you can see that you're doing a great thing, doing one stroke or less or more, and you change the pattern, you adjust the pattern with texture, and you get a nice result in the end, you will be happy in the end. So now down here I want to just get, down here in the horizon, along the horizon, I just want to get a few big strokes. These are always horizontal strokes, okay, but they help adding some textures. Okay, and I can do with darker strokes here in the front, even darker strokes. I have to be very careful not to go onto the rocks now, because I didn't select the C only. Actually, okay, now I can go and start adding some light on top, and I will do by selecting the C flat again. That's hidden the selection border, and go with another layer, and this time I'm gonna do it screen. Screen is great blending mode for your layers. Check this out. So if I just do a few strokes here, you can see that I'm adding some light, and check out my color. I picked the color of the dark color of the sea. So what I'm doing, what I will do now is I will just get my brush size a little bit bigger. I'm gonna do some strokes here and there, and this time I'm gonna be very careful not to go on top of my dark strokes. I need to check what's going on my dark strokes. And you think that, yeah, the sea is easy to do and you just need to go bright tones and dark tones, but you need to be very careful not to go on top of your dark strokes, otherwise you would create a mess, because you would just go on top of that, overlay the dark strokes, and the result would be a smudge of the two tones. So now I can go and draw some ideas of the water, the waves in the water. So I have to remember during this process that the light is coming to from the right, right? Right. I love English because it has so many common words in the grammar, and it's like sheet. So you change the sheets of the bedroom? What? Sorry for the stupid joke, but I've always been doing this in my house when I was a kid. Yeah, I know sometimes I'm stupid, but I like to be a fool sometimes. Take a joke of myself as well. If you cannot take a joke, you should leave this channel now. Unsubscribe if you cannot take a joke, please. But hey, I will need to take some lights into my budget ideas for this for these live streams that I'm doing. I was already thinking about them while I was streaming on Twitch, but now even more. I think I need some nice lights, some nice, especially the camera. So I don't have a pattern yet to have that. I think I'm gonna do something like that. I need to check it out. But of course, you can send me a message and buy some of my artwork. I would be glad to work for you if you have anything you need. It's getting better. I can finally see the waves coming through. And I will save the file. So what do you think about drawing your own dreams? I have a small book, a small notebook that I used to put on my how do you call it, the table aside of your bedroom, where you know what I'm talking about. I used to put it there, and when I woke up I had a pencil in it, and I was immediately writing what I was remembering when I was waking up. And one good thing that you can do to remember your dreams is not look at the light when you wake up, first of all. Second, of course, you shouldn't turn, you know, your window should be shut down completely, and also the I also don't know the word in English, but the thing that makes the light comes through. Yeah, you should shut off all of that. All the light source should be out of your face when you wake up. And do this. If you don't have child that wake you up jumping on your face as I have, you should just take your time, slowly sit, take your notebook, close your eyes, think, and remember. Then you can start remembering some clues. At that point, you have to start writing down your memories. And as soon as you start writing down your memories, you will remember more. That's the crazy fact about it. So, if you wanna know how to remember your dreams, that's a good clue. I didn't know it was possible, but it is. It is. To have a method to remember better your dreams. And also, one other thing that you can do is when you go to sleep, when you close your eyes and you're laying up in your bed, you just repeat to yourself in your thoughts, I am gonna remember my dreams tonight. I am gonna remember my dreams tomorrow when I wake up, and so forth and so on. You repeat that like 10 times or so, and the next day it's gonna be better. If you cannot remember your dreams, it can take a while. It can take a long while, but believe me, it's gonna be a lot better after a while. Okay. It's starting to get a lot better. So now I'm gonna do some strokes here and there. Just to get some bright spots on the waves. And it's becoming more natural, you know. Wow, it really seems my dream. It really seems my dream now. Okay, let me save. This, I don't know why, but I want to get a darker tone just down here. I want to get the idea that something is, and I think it's gonna look cool, a lot cooler, if I just add some here and there just to get some shadow. Oof, now it looks better. Need to keep going on this and add some nodes of dark values. So I hope you're enjoying it. If you're not subscribed to my channel and if you're watching this offline and if you have reached the 3 hours that we have now reached, you should subscribe to my channel for sure. That means you have a passion on painting and on the process, and I'm sure I can teach you some good ways of improving your skills into painting digitally, and probably in the future will be featuring me painting and showing you some skills in the traditional ways. But yeah, most of all, I hope you're enjoying it now and having fun. Maybe listening to some music instead of my voice, but that's good. Okay, it's not a problem. It's actually how sometimes I do my works. I put some video or some music and then I work and work and work. So I still think the hair is not okay. So I'm gonna just for the sake of making it more realistic, okay, turn on the opacity and see if I can make this a little bit better. Just getting a few empty spots here and there on the hair flow. I think that adds more realism to this dream picture actually. So I'm looking at the details of the jacket. Need to understand how to give more realism. No, this is a dream scene. Picture. think I'm gonna work on the ass. Sorry for the word, but just a bit to get some really middle tone here. And work on the pattern here. Well, it's my ass, sorry, but I need to work my ass off, right? So okay, let's put some ambient light reflected here on. Oh, grande Alessandro, grande il Tama. I want to study and need to get back to the books. I saw the notification. I couldn't avoid opening the stream. Have a nice time. You should not study anymore. You know it all. And I will show you my face just because I don't want you to study anymore. And you should see my face now. Hey, come on, this is my first live stream and I'm speaking to you in English. We should speak in English all of the time. Let me check this out. So it's I should have a button just to switch my camera on and off. Where is it? Hey, I'm happy you came along. Anyhow. Boom! Ciao amico mio, come stai? Tutto bene? For those who don't know, I am Italian and this is my friend. He just came through and he's saying hello. E comunque siamo in tre, io, te e qualcun altro che ci sta guardando, che forse sono io perché sto ritornando sul canale, non lo so. Dunque, grandissimo. Comunque, per la cronaca, questo è un sogno che ho fatto e che volevo riportarlo su come dipinto. Aspetta che te lo mostro un po' più in grande se riesco. Eccolo, ci siamo, devo ancora fare alcuni dettagli e poi ci siamo. So for those who speak Italian and English, now you know why I speak English, because I cannot pronounce the R. And so my father was Australian. My aunt taught me English when I was a kid. And I prefer to speak English because I like in grammar, but my pronunciation is a little bit better. And, you know, the world out there. Thank you. The world out there, they all speak English now. Only few Italians don't speak English. No, Alessandro is speaking in English, so we are learning. The new generations are really into learning more than the old generation. So that's great. Top vederti qui dal vivo di brutto proprio, sono contento. Un po' d'acqua, a little bit of water, as I miss water in my painting. I need to get some water in my system. So Alessandro, Tama, I had to call you Tama. Uh, I hope you're doing good there, all alone in Urbino. Anyhow, I need to get a better webcam for my uh, for my live streams. Okay, and now we will do another layer. We will create another layer on top. We will make another multiply layer on top. Yeah, I know there are lots of layers in the digital world, but also in the real world there are a lot of layers that we put on top of our faces. I've just used the lacy to... What is the lacy? Dimmelo in italiano, puoi scrivere in italiano nella chat. Ah, cavolo, vedi, non so tutte le parole in inglese. Okay, and now I want to work on some uh, elements on the rock, more shadows on the rock. I like these rocks, how they are coming out. I want just to put some more details in them and have that look that they are real, and they have those holes and some edges, some hard edges. And I'm not looking at references now actually, but I like to invent rocks a lot because like water, like all the natural things that surrounds us, we see them a lot. So I really love to do these textures. Yeah, we can use reference. It's not a taboo, but I'd love to think and invent these edges, these textures myself, to try them out. I almost never, only for a few clients I use photo as an overlay. I know some concept artists use photos and as an overlay on paintings to get that realistic feeling. But of course, this is just a painting, just a free painting of my dream, and this is not a commission. Nobody's well, Tama is looking at me, so, but you understand, you know, I don't have to make this look exactly as natural, as real as the real thing. But in the same time, I'm working, and I'm focusing on my skills to get this as close, as real as possible. So that's the whole key about doing free paintings like these, because you can express yourself first, you can teach yourself, you can learn from your mistakes, because we learn from mistakes, right? So you can learn from your mistakes and training your hand in drawing better shapes, better textures, and so forth and so on. Bye bye, don't worry. Grande, ciao. Ciao, chiudo la telecamera che tanto ho una faccia di pazzo a quest'ora. Grande, ciao. Sono stato proprio contento che sei passato. Ogni tanto farò questi live. Questo è il primo, non te lo sei mancato. Grandissimo. Ciao. Okay, so let's keep going. And that's another freestyle frisbee player I know. He's studying in Urbino, a city of Italy, an Italian city, and he's such a nice guy. You should all know him, you know, to get a good friend. You should all know him, but yeah, you cannot have so many friends in your life. So I'm sorry you don't know him, but maybe you can have in the future you can have the possibility to know him, but you need to subscribe to this channel, come to Italy, and maybe you will know him. But please don't subscribe to the channel if you don't like the channel. Please, you have to subscribe to the channel only if you like the stuff that I'm doing, the stuff that I'm saying, or if you like my face. That is the the thing that I'm sure you're not liking. So so I'm not bragging for subscriptions, because I'm more focused on what I do for you, and what I teach in this channel. By the way, I teach online lessons, and I love to teach my lessons throughout Skype, how you call it, and I teach anatomy, how to draw anatomy, how to paint digitally, how to paint in a traditional way. If we can manage to get a recording done, I can do that as well, and so forth and so on. I'm pretty proficient in any drawing or painting skill, because I've done so much during my art school, during my art academy of fine art days, and those days were the nice days you have in your life, but you think they never end, but they end. They ended. They are over. Let's say they are over, and I wish I would know what I know now when I finish that school. So now I'm just adding some very dark tones. You see here on the lower side of these rocks, very sketchy dark shadows, and I love these. And let's save this. Okay, I still think this fin and this shark fin is a little off. It's like attached to the whole thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just merge all the layers together. And I'd like to put some bubbles here. Maybe it's too much. Can darken it out a bit. But yeah, I think here it would be darker. But here, just a few spots. Okay. So let's see if I can turn this a little bit with some light spots. Oh my god, now I remember my dream a lot. It's like, oh jeez, Jesus. My gosh, I don't know if that looks real, but that looks like my dream. So I don't know if I have to put some clouds on the sky or not. I still don't know about this hair. Too much of a chunk of hair. There should be more flowing. Okay, and now let's see if I can do some very bright spots here. Just a few. Don't wanna ruin everything because I want to do bright spots. Just a few. Like so. Same on in the hands and the fingers. Okay, and I still feel the rock and the sea are a little too dark. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take another break. I'm gonna do a small break, another 3 to 5 minute break, and I wanna see if that will help me to adjust it later to get a better view of it. I think I need to put, yeah, I think I need to put some light on the waves just a bit of light on the waves and just a few spots of light on the rocks coming from the right, and probably a dark spot of a dark spot, dark shadow coming from the right, not coming, but you know what I mean. But let me take a little break, and let's see if I get a better image in like 3 to 5 minutes. I'll be back soon. Okay, I'm back here, and yeah, definitely I need to add more bright tones on the edge of the rocks and on some waves in the sea. So that's what I'm gonna do now. Okay. Okay. Let's take some. Let's see how bright this rock is. Still medium bright, but I can do this, and then I don't know if I can just go and do a yellow tone. Yeah, that could work. Okay, let's try to add some intense edges coming from the left. So this is how I usually add some bright values, bright spots in the end in my paintings. I never use a white tone, never. Only if I have a very bright picture, and at that point I would need to have probably a black and white picture, because in a black and white picture then I would say, okay, it's fine to use the white as an ultimate spot of light. But if I would use a bright light, a bright spot into my
paintings, in my digital paintings, and they are colored, I would probably use a tone that is darker than white, and probably into the yellow, into the blue, into the any tone as is possible. Actually, it depends on the light that you want to get into the image. And I think this value is pretty cool. And I can just put some of these here and there, also here behind, not on all of it. So this is a trick. If you go with bright colors, don't go all over all the edges. Just go on some of these edges, on the outer edges of the shape. And then if you want to get this light hitting some other edges, you can do it, but don't do on all of the shape. So for example, I'm making an example here. If I go down here and I do this is gonna ruin my composition, because the light is gonna be coming from here, right? Like so. And then this is round, right? And down here we won't see any more of this bright hitting light. And so what I do here, for example, is I put some of this light, but just a piece of it, but I wouldn't go down here, because here it's hidden by the light, and this is adding more realism to the whole image. This is like adding volumetric volume to the whole image. So if you want to add realism, remember that the light is always hitting the edges when it's direct, and it's not going all over the volumes, the shapes, let's say. So for example, here it's okay, but on this side it won't be okay. And here this is the edge, so this would be, and also this, and also this. These parts would be okay for the light to be here. Also here a little bit. Maybe that was too much. Go back. And this. So you know what I mean. As I go down here on the darkest point of the rock, I would not be adding more of these lights. Of these bright lights. And you see, I'm only adding on the right of the rock, not on the left, because you see the light is coming from the right. Also on top of the character, on the fin, on the fin here. And it's a lot better if you do so. And boom, this is a lot better than before already. So let's save it, and now I'm gonna do the same on the water. Same thing on the water. Wait a second, I don't like this edge here. It's so. I don't know, standard, we say as a word. I don't like it. Okay. Now let's do the whole thing on the water. So let's take bright and bright light, bright color, and just go in some edges. Of course, I need to get on the shape of the waves. Cannot just go random at this point. And remember to look away and zoom out picture like so, and it would be a lot easier to get the idea where to put these slides. You see how it's coming out, and the picture, all these connections of the waves, now they make sense more than before. Well, they are not super realistic, but for being a picture that has come out from imagination, from a dream, it's pretty cool. And just a few spots, so just a few spots. Don't overdo it. And never don't do it ever on a full line, just a few spots. I repeat, because otherwise you would ruin the whole process. The eye would recognize anyway that the light is coming through, especially if you're doing in a few spots instead of all the whole sea, You have to be gentle from the first brush stroke that you make to the last, and then you will get a nice result. Don't be harsh, or try to just go and change the whole thing with very bold brush strokes. Yeah, you can do it, but you really need to be at a certain level and know exactly what you're doing. And anyway, you wouldn't do the whole painting with these strokes, because it would be starting to get unreal. So I would suggest just start fine, use your good sense, and as you go, as you learn, you can be more provocative. You could be more bold on your strokes. And then that's almost it, I think. Well, that's probably it. I just want to do some saving. Yeah, let's make it save. I think I want to make another layer on top. I don't know if I should. I think I should do another layer on top with multiply. Oop. I didn't create the layer. Multiply. This would be just a few dark areas. So now I'm using a yellowish tone. You see, now I can paint on the rock on these dark spots, and this won't affect the whole picture because I used the light spots only on the edges. And now I can go probably, I don't know why I did that, but I can go here and just go and I think I'm not doing it with yellow tones. Let me go back. I still think I'm gonna do with violet. Yeah, that is a lot better. Violet or blue. Yeah, this is better. Now if you can see it, but actually it works pretty fine. There's a chromatic contrast. The gray with the violet on top. It works well. Again, not on all of it, but just a few strokes here and there. And we're getting into it. So I thank you for watching this, and don't forget to subscribe. If you've watched so far, you should subscribe. And go check my Instagram account because there are lots of drawings and paintings that I did, my commissions, and you can get some inspiration out of those paintings, my drawings, my studies. And again, if you want to learn how to draw, I'm making lessons online. I'm making them in English. Yeah, I know my English is okay, but it's not the best. I'm Italian, but I'm sure we can comprehend each other. So if you want to study better, to learn how to draw better, how to paint, digital paint, traditionally paint, then you found the right guy. And I'm sure I can give you a nice some nice advice. So don't be afraid, don't be shy. You can tell no, I'm not into it afterwards. But yeah, contact me and we can talk about it. Okay, just a few strokes here and there. Few strokes in the dark spots will make it so much better. Autosaving. Sorry guys, but I made the autosaving go every 5 minutes because yesterday I lost like 1 hour of work because of putting the autosave every hour or so. Now it's every 5 minutes. So what do you think? I think it's pretty decent for being a dream scene painted. Let me have a look. So, I still don't like the guy myself out there. I think it should be more realistic, but yeah, it's still a dream. Let me add some shading on the neck because I think there is something missing there. Let me see. Do 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 boo 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 boo. Something like so. Okay. It's a little bit better. I could do some clouds, but I don't remember checking any clouds in the sky while I was dreaming this. Maybe I could do some more bright spots. I think could do something like so, because I think the water would separate, would divide a little bit when this shark is passing through. Well, I really enjoy doing these environmental stuff like water and sky and rocks. Well, the sky was pretty easy to do. I don't know. Should I put some clouds up there? I don't know. Such a hard question nobody would answer. I think I'm gonna do some dark spots here. I think they're good. I think we're good. Uh, the only problem I see is the character. I think I missed the proportions a bit, and he is standing in such a I would say a natural position, but I don't know. Well, I think I'm gonna call it for today, also because it's very late here in Italy. I think it's 3 o'clock or something. Yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock. So let's have a look to it, to the whole picture, and see how it works now. Yeah, I could do one more big soft darkening of the picture, but I won't. We'll just keep it at that. I think I worked too much on it already, and I don't want to overdo it. That's another thing. You shouldn't do it. You want to always to work on your pieces as long as you think they're done. If you want to correct something, you should just do it again. I know that sounds strange, but in my point of view, if I start to overdo it, maybe I could do something like this, some spotlights just to be viewed on this edge here. Yeah, something like so. So you can do something more, of course, always, but you could also ruin it. And I would suggest go easy on your work. You'll learn more on next work. So yeah, probably this is a good idea actually. Just a little bit of edge here. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it for today. I could ooh, where are you going? I think I'm gonna call it for today. So it's 4 hours already that I'm working on this, and let me save it. I want to take one final step and see if I can make it a little bit better, as it would be a dream. So what I want to do is focus the eye on the center of this, and I want to create, okay, let's put this together. Boom. Then let's make another multiply level on top. Then let's choose the spray. Yeah. Why am I doing it so zoomed out? Because I really want to take a look to it, add it, and blur the edges, make it a little darker on the edges. Yeah, like so and so. And probably this would help a lot, focusing on the center. You see the difference, right? Yeah, there is a lot of difference. So this is without, this is with it. Oh yeah. So a little bit more here. So this is what you do actually when we want to get the attention, the focusness of the eye into the center. And now it looks like a dream. Really, this is nice touch, I think. So one more thing, guys. I want to try one more thing. So if I go to merge visible layers to a new layer, I'm gonna get another layer on top that is gonna have all of this merged in one. What I can do now is I can do to edit, tonal correction, level correction, and now I can work with these. Check these out. So gonna lower and get dark spots to be darker, the whites to be closer to the whites but not white. And now this is before, this is after. Okay, I would just turn this a little bit lower. Maybe not. Maybe in a bit. Okay. Let's hit OK. So this was before. So you see that grayish area. Now it's brighter and it's darker. So when you make the levels, this is a nice idea, nice tip that I got from a friend of mine. He's also a freestyler, a true champion actually in freestyle frisbee, and he taught me how to get the nice levels done without having too much on it. So you don't burn the image with whites and you don't darken it up too much with dark tones. And so the best thing would be getting closer to the whites and to the dark values, and not getting over them. Otherwise you would burn them, and yeah, the result would be not so good. Okay, so there's one more thing I need to do. I forgot. I didn't forget, but let's do it now. Let's do one more. Let's go to sign. I need to sign this thing because I'm gonna probably, oh, it's saving, auto saving now, of course. Let's try the pencil. Pencil works fine. Let's use 2. (2021) What a crazy time. So thank you for watching my video. I'm happy you were looking at it until now. Let me get rid of this and this so you can have a look to the result. So I'm gonna post this to my Instagram tomorrow, probably around lunchtime in Italy. So at about 12 to 2 p.m. GMT +1. Well, if you don't know what that means, just go on my Instagram or just subscribe to this channel and you'll know. And yeah, thank you for being with me all night long. And let me look at you, or let you look at me one more time before we proceed, and have a good night's sleep. I'm very tired now, so I think I'm gonna go to sleep. And stick on my channel, and if you have any questions, just drop them in the chat, in my chat box, anywhere. I will reply to them as soon as I possibly can. So have a nice night and see you soon. This is Fabio Sanna from Italy, and I peace you out.